watch me fall from a golden mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion. I'm going in. Fall into oblivion. Into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, I'm going in. You can't fall asleep when you're counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. Now you wanna see me fall from a golden mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, I'm going in. Fall into oblivion. Fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, I'm going in.
Don't know how long we've been out here, and these nights are getting shorter. Lack of energy, I'll conquer. In my soul, this is real. These nights are getting shorter. In my soul, this is real. In my soul,
Good evening, everybody. Welcome, everybody. It is Friday night. We're going to get this weekend kicked off by being gigantic nerds. I think that's a good weekend starter. Maybe. I don't know. I've been told it's you can start off your weekends right by by being a tech nerd. What am I looking at and what am I doing? Where am I at here? I've lost my place. There we go. Let's get the screen up here. You're in trouble. Nobody's in trouble. Everybody's good. Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone's had an excellent week. Yeah, I think it's time to like stretch our brains a little bit. Get the old gray matter massage going. Kind of roll into that weekend where I'll be re-immersed in all the co-streaming stuff. We got a holiday week coming up next week, so I'm actually going to be rolling into, like, I have, I think, 2 days next week, and then I've got a vacation, so I'm ready to kind of like flex my muscles a little bit and programming muscles and get some stuff moving along a little bit further. Hopefully, we'll see. That isn't, the day job. Anyway, so what is the plan for tonight? So one thing is, I was informed that there's a bug in the system that I didn't even realize. If you have a long stream title, it actually hides the edit button on the stream page. I think I could do something to mitigate that. We'll see. My initial thought was to just move the edit button to the beginning of the line, but thinking of it in my head, it seems like it might be kind of ugly. I'm going to leave that as the fallback plan if nothing else works. But in the meantime, I'm going to see if I can make that not disappear. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I was looking through the suggestions here on Building Glimish, and there's a bunch of things that I need to do more due diligence on. I think the gifts to chat is one I need to do more due diligence on before I can say whether or not that's appropriate for Small Feature Friday or not. My initial reaction to it is it might be, as far as t-shirt sizes go, small, medium, large, extra large, it's probably medium. So it may just be on the edge of not being like a small feature or something that I would consider to be a small feature. But I have to do more due diligence with it because there may very well be a library that just kind of makes it a lot easier than it seems. Because I know there's going to be some back-end stuff there where I have to manipulate the chat and things like that when sending the chat message and stuff. But we'll see. That was one that I had considered. The other one that I was considering, besides the bug fix, is to do the notification when eligible to be featured on the homepage. Now, this one, I think, might be fairly straightforward. Because I'm going to do a liberal use of the word notification. I'm not going to dip into like email stuff, because I think that's kind of, I mean, it would be nice to send an email out, but I don't think the first iteration of this needs to be that. I think by notification, I think simply going onto the stream page, if you're the owner of if you're the owner of the channel, just going onto the channel page and having a little pop-up that's like, hey, by the way, you haven't ticked off the box that says show me on the homepage. You're now eligible for it. Here's a link to where to go to do that, and if you want to, and then that's that. And then just prompt you once, save it in the database as you've already seen this, and never bug you again about it. So I think that in its simplest form, I think that still accomplishes 99%. Too lame. I was wondering when you were going to read that. So I think in its simplest form, that probably accomplishes 90% of what people were looking for. Multiple streams open, yeah. Yeah, I was also watching lots of Sprinkle Toes as well earlier. So, so yeah, I think that's the plan for tonight. I was also looking about whatchamacallit. I'm also beginning to look at what it would take to have a share button, because there's actually I don't want to call it a lame way of doing it, but there's a way of doing it that isn't particularly intrusive, where we could have a share button underneath these streams, and it just kind of pops up a little something, whether it's an overlay or whether it's a modal or whatever, and have buttons for the various social media platforms, Twitter, Reddit, Mastodon, all those things, and you're just able to click on that. It opens up a new tab and just takes you to the create a post thing with some of the stuff filled out already. That is definitely a small feature, because it would just be literally a tiny bit of UI stuff without a whole lot of logic. I mean, the only amount of logic I could add to that is like letting the streamer themselves determine what the default message would be when those share things come up, like come join my stream, or come join the awesome nuts, or I don't know, whatever you call your group of community, So, like the share button of the profile page. Is there a share button on the profile page? I'm kind of curious now. I've never actually noticed it. These are just direct links. Oh, share my profile on Twitter. Oh yeah. So this is this just probably pops up a. Yeah, it just takes you right. This is exactly the same thing. Yeah. But instead of it being share my profile, which, I mean, I guess that's fine. Instead of that, it would be share the stream, and we'll do more than just Twitter. In fact, I can copy this, because you can see this is literally just a link. It doesn't go to our back end or anything. It's just a hyperlink that opens a new tab that has the stuff already filled out, because I'm already logged into Twitter. So yes, I'm thinking share the stream when someone is live. Yep. Yep. Because I think there were suggestions to do that. I don't know if there's anything on building Glimish is in the way of suggestions, but I know that I've seen some, at least in the Discord. And it's like fairly straightforward and relatively easy. At least for most sites. Because we're not really, like, the hardest part of it would be just having the default message. Like, you see, if I look at the URL here, and it's hard for you guys to see it, but if I look at the URL here, it just says, I wonder if I can copy this. Copy link address. Let's do that. Notepad. Yeah, you can see in the URL itself, you specify the text that will show up by default. They can change, right? And that's just the tweet text. And then there's another one, like for Reddit, you can specify a URL as well, and the text stuff. So I can make this part come from the database and let the streamer decide what they want their default message to be, which people can change regardless, the person tweeting it out. And that would be like the hardest part of it, which isn't very hard at all. So save, no, don't. Usually the answer is something effective. Copy URL, make your own tweet. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's like... It's more of a... How could I put this? I'm encouraging laziness. Yeah, it's a convenience thing. But I mean, it is the height of laziness, and I get that. But I figure... if you make something so blindingly easy for people, more people will probably do it. You know? I for the most part, you know, people just like to be able to say, like, I just want to boop, boop, like, you know, click, click, done. You know what I mean? Don't even have to look at it. It's just done and out there, you know? So I figured it, and like I said, I mean, if it took me, it might take me like, I don't know, an hour to do it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things you could just kind of knock out, and a lot of people would just be like, oh, okay, that's not bad. You know, they might not be jumping for joy over it, but, you know, I don't think anybody will be like, oh, this is terrible. This is the worst thing in the world you ever done. I say that, and I sort of invite that. What am I looking at? Okay, so this is, I think, this is number 2 on my list tonight. And we have to stream, but Twitter is dying. Yeah. That the whole Twitter has been a thing, man. It's triggered me in ways that I don't usually get triggered, and not for like the obvious ways. Like it's like, I don't know how many people know. I've mentioned this before on stream, kind of in passing, but years ago I worked for a company, an e-commerce company, that was a meat grinder. Like, the average employee lasted about 6 months because there was no work-life balance at all. None of it. And I was still young and like, whatever, it's fine, I can do this. You know, I actually stayed with them for like 3.5 years. It's the little things that started to add up. It was like, you know, your project managers implying that something needs to get done right away on a Friday at 4:00, and then you, being the studious, diligent person you are, work all weekend on it, do as much as you can, but you can't get it completely finished because you're relying on other people that, you know, to help with certain things like database stuff. And then you come in on Monday and you're like, well, I got this much done, but I couldn't get the whole thing done. And then you get oh, that's all right, we don't need it for 3 weeks. And it's that stuff that starts to add up after a while. And then at that time, you know, again, I was still pretty young, and I was like, I thought the whole like burnout thing was just wasn't a real thing. And then I experienced it for myself, and it was very real. like the health stuff that goes with it. And I'm not talking like mental health. I did have a few, like, on a particularly long, like, when I was up, I think 35 hours, I worked straight, like 35 hours straight or something like that. And only got paid for, you know, 16 of those hours. It was, there were like, you know, like auditory hallucinations and stuff, which was kind of interesting. Nothing crazy, but it was certainly unsettling. But the health stuff, like the Like I had a cold, like a regular, like, you know, wintertime head cold kind of thing that lasted like 6 months. I wasn't sleeping well. I could not, as much caffeine as I put in my body, it would not help. I was just dragging my ass around constantly, and it was, I had gout in my foot, which is incredibly painful. Do not wish that on my worst enemies. And it all culminated in me just like, at one point I was just like, you know what, I can't continue this way. You know, I was just like, I just can't go. This has got to change. And from that point on, I've been more conscious about it. And when I see like some of the stuff that's being proposed, whether it's true or whether it's being hyped up or whatever, or, you know, overstated or whatever, is another issue. But it just kind of like seeing all that stuff on Twitter with like we want you to work long hours, we want you to do this, and we want you to jump through all these hoops, and we want you to, you know, print out your code and all this stuff. It just kind of, you know, it makes me twitch sometimes, because I'm like, I was there at one point in time. I was in a company that was very much like that, and it left scars. It left scars. So that, I mean, that whole thing has been just kind of like, I almost wish that Twitter went back to the crap hole it used to be, because at least I could navigate it. The last week has been rough for me to just navigate the normal stuff, which is why I haven't tweeted very much at all. And I've been very quiet about the whole Twitter thing, because it just, I'm very biased, just by my own experiences with that kind of thing. You know, doesn't matter how good the money is, the stress isn't worth it. Well, it's not even that, like, if you, I mean, let's be honest here, right? People aren't dumb, you know. They're in an industry, you know, technology industry is still in, the mobility of employment is very high. You know, technology companies are, even though a lot of technology companies, a lot of the bigger ones are laying off, you know, droves of people, there's plenty of companies out there that cannot find people and are still trying to hire, right? So when you come in and deliver, even if it wasn't quite this way, but you come in and you sort of kind of imply a ultimatum, you know, this way or the highway. And then on top of that, you say, you know, if you take the highway, you're going to get a severance package. I mean, hell, I'd take the money and run. I don't care how good the money, I don't care how good the employment was, because I know, at least for me personally, like, I can get a job anywhere, right? I mean, hell, I get cold called by recruiters. I've been working at the current company I've been at for almost 10 years now, and I still almost daily get cold calls and cold emails from recruiters like, hey, we got this job, hey, we got that job. I mean, that's the industry, and it's like, I mean, the only people who and the people who can't take that, I mean, the H-1B visas and stuff like that, and people who are really need the medical insurance and stuff, like, I can understand them. That's a different category. It's much harder for them. But like, for like a U.S. citizen, you go anywhere, man. You can go anywhere and probably get a raise in the process, you know? No different than my job. The money is good, but the work is so crazy at the end of the year. I'm done with it. I'll lose starting any place else, $6 an hour or whatever. Yeah. No, I get you. I get you. It's, I mean, the funny thing about the e-commerce company that I worked at, and this kind of gives you an idea that the competency, like, people have this idea that, you know, everyone who's leaving is incompetent, right? But not really. Really, the case is the incompetency tends to be at or near the top of the pyramid, right? And just to kind of give you an insight into that, the e-commerce company that I worked for 3 years, after I left, and I was gone for a year, out of the blue, I get a call, and it's right around the holidays. And, you know, e-commerce sites around the holidays, they have basically a war room where people are called in. You're basically on call because if any fires break out, they're going to lose beaucoup bucks. So they put all kinds of people on call. And I was sitting in my new job, and I'd been gone for a year, and I get this call on my phone, and I'm like, who the hell is this? Here it's their war room calling me up, and they're like, yeah, we need you to come in. You're on the list for on-call people. There's a Sev 1 ticket. And I'm like, I don't work for you guys anymore. I left a year ago. I think you need to update your on-call list. That was true story. Actually, you cannot make that crap up. That actually happened. And it was just, I mean, that just kind of shows you that, like, the culture breeds incompetency. It's not the people, usually. And culture is dictated by the C-suite, you know? Here I am working on Glimish for free. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like the nice thing about, so it's important that it's important that I'm always learning is really what I'm getting at, because yeah, I get paid really well, really well. And it's important that I keep my skills honed as long as I can. So even though I'm doing something for free on the side, I'm doing it because it's a good learning experience, and it's just a good experience in general. But I do have to be careful because, like I said, there's a reason why I play video games the other nights of the week. And it's because if I did coding every night of the week, along with coding during the day for work, I will probably end up back in that burnout mode again. And I'm trying to be very cautious not to do that, because I can do that. I have that personality where I'm like, I love coding so much that I will cause health problems on myself, bring health problems down on myself from it. So yeah, it's one of those things, but it's not like, so I'm doing it because I enjoy it, but I'm also doing it because it does keep my brain moving. Think of it as like doing a crossword puzzle, the Sunday crossword puzzle in the newspaper or something like that. It's fun, but it's also kind of keeping you sharp, I had one 2 weeks ago. He said, if I ever want a job, just call him and I can start that day. Yeah, I get those. I get those too. Heavy manufacturing, and you can get a job in 2 seconds as everyone is short and will take anyone that wants to work. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and people are citing, Amazon laid off, I think 10,000, right? But then when you look at it, they actually hired something like, I want to say they hired like 30,000 people. So they're really still 20,000 in the positive, right? So it's like, it's one of those things where, yeah, it's unfortunate people got laid off, but sometimes, you know, there's red flags in an interview, and it's hard to see them when you're, especially when you're young and you're not have the experience. But when you get more experience, you can kind of tell when you're talking to an interviewer, like, are they just looking for a warm body, or are they looking for someone with a particular set of skills? You know, are they looking for a Liam Neeson? Or are they looking for a Tommy Boy? You know what I mean? Right, exactly. And it's hard when you don't have the experience. But when you've been to a couple different companies, you can kind of tell, like, when you start asking them questions, because a lot of people, and, you know, I've interviewed a lot of potential candidates, and the thing that always pains me, like, I always make sure, you know, because we'll have like panel interviews where it'll be me and maybe one or two other developers, and we'll do like the hard skills, and someone else will do like soft skills, or we'll do both. Sometimes it depends on, you know, how it's laid out. But one of the things that I always do before we go into an interview is I always talk to the other person, and I say, I'd like to make sure that we give the interviewee the last 10 minutes of whatever the scheduled interview time is to ask us questions. So let's try to make sure we wrap up our questions prior to that. And it always pains me when we get to that last 10 minutes and I go, okay, we wanted to save the last 10 minutes for you. Do you have any questions for us? And they don't have any questions. I'm like, oh, that's rough. That's really rough, because that's how I get a sense of the experience there, right? Like, I know someone's experienced if they take that last 10 minutes and they start asking some really good questions, or they start asking some questions about like how things fit in and what's the culture like and all that stuff, then I know that they've been around the block, and I'm more likely to go with that person than I am to some person who's like, no, I don't have any questions, everything's fine. And I'm like, really? We've been talking all this time, you don't have any questions? Yeah. It's the ones that don't want to answer. We all know those ones for our style of work, and they're really looking for the one. No expertise in the areas. They didn't ask some basic stuff even. Yeah. I mean, and like, I've jumped between industries. I did, you know, I started out in insurance, and then I went to e-commerce, and then internet advertising, and medical, and a few other things. So I might come into a company and I might not know all the buzzwords and stuff, but I'll at least make sure that I've looked at the company's website, I've dug around a little bit and tried to get an idea of what's going on. And a lot of times I'll ask, you know, certain questions about their architecture, you know, what technologies are you using, what's your technology stack, those kind of things. You know, things that let them know that I'm paying attention, number one. And number two, that, you know, I'm genuinely trying to get a feel for whether or not I will fit there. All right? Because the interview is not just about them seeing about their opinion whether I'll fit there. It's also my opinion, right? Because we had a guy, again, I'm not going to name any names because it's not appropriate, but we did have a guy at one of my jobs who came in for an interview, and I think he was interviewing. We had 2 rounds of interviews. We had soft skills, which was just kind of personality stuff, and then we had hard skill, which was technology. And I was on the hard skills team, and then the soft skills team went in first. There was 2 devs for that, and there were 2 for the hard skills. And they were talking to the soft skills guys, and as they got an idea for what was going on, they literally said to them, "Look, I don't want to. I think we can end the interview here because this is not really what I'm looking for." And I was like, you know what? Mad respect to that guy. That guy came in, he knew what he was looking for, didn't see it in what we were offering, and he was like, you know what? I don't need to go to full 2-hour interview. I can see that this is not what I'm looking for. Like, great, okay. Thank you for not wasting anybody's time. You know what I mean? And stuff like that you know, it really it leaves a good impression, because now you know, like, if I ever, because it's a you know, you might think it's a big, you know, there's all the, you know, thousands upon thousands of engineers out there, but really regionally it's a pretty small, close-knit community, and you may not work with someone in one job, but you may move to another one and then work with that person that, you know, you met before. So, you know, you remember things like that. You're like, oh, hey, you know, you didn't waste our time. You knew what you wanted, and I'd like to work with you, you know, that kind of thing. I like your wife, man. Go dig a bucket of gold coins, see what you have all in it. All right, Techno Freak. Hopefully you find some good stuff in that bucket. Strike it rich, as it were. All right. Let's see if I can replicate this bug. What do I want to do? First of all, I need to get the server up and running. So am I on the dev branch? I am. Okay, let's go bring up Visual Studio Code and the database started. And the application server started. Well, let's replicate the bug first, and then we'll see what I can do about it. I'll branch off and see if there's something I can do to mitigate it. All right, so that's up. I'll go to channel, and here's the edit button. So we'll say that'll be even longer than that. Yeah, it does go off the edge. Okay. All right, let's go and stop the server here. And create a new branch. Fix. Edit button. Long green title bug. Okay, and start up the server again. Where's the edit button? I think it's no, I don't think it's under the follow button. I think it's just I think it's chopped off entirely. Because this where does this end at? So here's the H5. So what's happening here is, yeah, see the edit button's there, but you can see it's way off underneath everything. It's like, it's not even like, it's not in the visible portion of the page. So it's, let me see. So it's probably just a matter of getting a good class on here. Yeah, if I go to the widescreen thing here, yeah, see it's back again on widescreens because everything's stretched out further. So that's the tricky part of it, is that I don't want it to, I want it to, you know, for people on widescreen, I want them to be able to still see it at the, you know, I don't want to cut the title off too short for them because they can see more of the title. But on small screens, it should adjust properly. So what I'm thinking, I have to put a class on it. And I gotta look this up. So CSS ellipsis, text overflow. Yeah, text overflow ellipsis, which is fine, but that's not entirely what I want because it's still going to cause it to go off the screen. I wonder if I do, let me try something. If I go here, if I say moment style, let's do text overflow ellipsis. Important. Not helping. Oh, we have a class called text truncate. Overflow hidden. So if I... Okay, wait a minute. Rid of that. Next. Okay. Okay, so that put the ellipses on there. But it's still not enough to keep the button from not disappearing. So that's the part that I need to figure out. CSS long text SS ellipsis trailing button. How do I do so? CSS long text trailing button. There you go. Surely someone has already figured this out. Text line clamp. Well, that's a line clamp, but that's truncated. All height. That's the right idea, but it's for that's for a paragraph. Okay. Oops, this X clip. Media queries. That's not quite what I'm looking for. This button gets pushed out if line text inside is long. What did he say? Add the dashboard menu, display flex. What do we have here? Margin. CSS run Kate text. With button. Okay, button text and keep icon in the flex box. I mean, I could just put it in its own column. Hmm. How's this? Oh. Okay, this is exactly what I want. Oh, interesting. This is what they meant by using the flex box. You had the ellipsis work at one point with this. Let's see. Fixed overflow, ellipsis, margin bottom, line stuff. Yeah, okay. Which is fine. Like bottom overflow. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. I just want to make sure though that it stays yeah, text overflow ellipsis, overflow hidden. I mean, that's basically what that other style does that I just looked at. So I want to, the trick is I don't just want to have the ellipses, I also want to have the button stay visible at the end. It looks like this might do it. Target button. Oh, they just put it in another div. Like content space between. The target is display flex. All right. I mean, that's so. Just do a flex box. Is what I'm seeing here. So let's do that. It looks like. Let me also swap. Much as I love approaching Nirvana, I do want to change stations here, so we're not hearing the same stuff over and over again. Yacht Rock? I'll allow it for now. Let's see what happens. What am I looking at? Stream title. Here's the edit button. There's the title. Okay. So, here's what we'll do. Is there a... There's a deflex, I think, in Bootstrap, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to look it up. And then we'll say... Hopefully it doesn't push this onto the other... onto the next line. But we'll see what it does here. Div, yeah, class. Class I put on that, it was truncate something. Text truncate. Whoa. Go on here. That. That. And then there. Second div. I need like a little bit of padding, I bet. So we'll say padding left 1, just probably too much, but we'll see. Right. What does that do for me? Now, I had a feeling it was going to knock it down to the next line. I guess I could put the whole thing in a flex box. What if I made this whole thing flex? And then made this a div instead of a span. Well, I'm going to have to make the other thing a div too, probably. And we'll get rid of this. Wait, what did I get rid of? Rid of the bottom one first. Oh wait, is that div for a whole? That encompasses all of the tags do. Alright, let's do this. And that. Let's put the H5 in a div. That back up in line there. What that looks like. Now it got worse. Wait, is this actually a flex box? Did I get that right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, where's the flex? Here it is. It's evenly. That's not really helping. But if I do, crying out loud, really? Oh, YouTube. Goddamn YouTube bots. Only when I'm in this category, too. I could be in the gaming category all day, every day, and not get hit by bots. As soon as I get on science and technology, all this my photo here, my private photo here. Yeah. All right. You get removed. You get removed. You get reported or spam. And oh, hide user on channel. There we go. I'll take care of that for another 30 minutes or so. And I'll leave that open because the bots seem to hit like every 30 minutes once they hit you first. Annoying. Let's see. Yeah, I think put this back the way I had it. It's like if it's back the way I had it. It's just I need this to stay up top. Oh, it's not entirely back the way I had it. Let's go. I guess I gotta expand this to it. Okay. So if I put, I wonder if I wonder if that would work just in this deflect. I know there's not divs in there, but let's just see. Kinda. If I change these. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but I just want to make sure. Right, okay. I'm guessing you can't really have a flex box inside of a flex box. I guess you can. Just the problem is it doesn't. The outer one is taking precedence. The wrap will do that. What else can I do here? What if I manipulate this one? Yeah. Not really helping. I take that one off there. Wow, goes really crazy. Moves the chat off the screen. Huh. Doing the same thing with that. I could do the column stuff, but I'm gonna introduce a lot of padding and things. It's not gonna really look that great. None's not even on there. The display block is coming from the media tag. They're saying display small lock. Okay. It's really small screens and above. It's the way that usually applies. So make that a flex box. When I do that, it doesn't apply. Let me see here. Oh, that's working. Okay. We just need a little bit of like adding left one there. Actually, probably use even more than that, like 2. There we go. That's not terrible. It looks like on a widescreen. The widescreen seems fine. Okay. I mean, it could come over a little bit more, but you know what? I'm not gonna. There's no reason to crowd it further over there because this just gives you more room to not accidentally click unfollow. That's what you want. What I need to see is what does you got the category name and then you got render badge, which I don't know what is render badge. What about with the support button? Yeah, that's a good question. Let me. Where's that at? And change now subcategory. This info. Oh, you know what? It's on. It's not part of the title. It's part of the page itself. Okay, I'm looking for it on here. I'm like, where the hell? But this isn't the full top row. I do want to know what this render badge is doing though. So channel title. Oh, that's the live badge. Okay. So what I can do is I can make the channel appear live so we have the badge show up. I think I can make it show up live. Have to put a. Yeah, here we go. Edit this. Status live. Yeah, it's getting a little crowded over there, but let's see if I can fix that. I'll just say div less adding right to that's a little cozy, but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, it is. It does look like it's taller, doesn't it? I think it's because the subcategory badge is an H5 and the other one isn't, or is maybe an H1. Let me see. Channel title. Where's the channel title? Oh no, wait, no, they're both H5. No, that's fine. Live. I wonder, oh, I bet it's because it's a span. Let me try div here. Because I bet it's taking up more. The span probably has more like margin on the top and the bottom, I bet. Or not. Let me see. Badge primary. Box sizing border box. I wonder if it's, no, that's for badge. Oh, it's a div inside of a div. I did that. That was my fault. Do heading right to there, and then in here I don't need the div, which is what it was beforehand. There, that's better. Okay. Still need the padding right not big. I'll admit, it did take, but it's not the way I wanted it. It made it wider. I think it's got to be margin right, right? Yeah, margin right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Where's that? Margin right 2. Okay. And now let's see if we can get the support button to show up on here. Which I think I can just dummy that up to show up. Oh, it's not part of the channel title. That's right. It's part of the... stream. Viewer count, follow button, support. Oh, here we go. So I'll do... there and put it over here for a second, and we'll just say if true. Okay. I think that's working. Mm-hmm. That's not terrible. There's a little bit of extra space after the button, but I think that's fine. It'll just keep you from accidentally clicking on support or something else here. And so I think that's all the buttons so far. Interactive would be another button up there. But it looks like it's just Flexbox is working the way it's supposed to. I guess the real question is, what does it look like when I put a ton more tags in there? Oh, there's a maximum limit on tags, isn't there? There is. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 10. You can only do 10 tags. All right, so that's. Oh well, I should. Make a really, really long tag. There's a maximum length though, isn't there? Like 14 or something. Yeah, yeah, I know they can be longer. I'm
always thinking about how much I love you. I'm always thinking about all we want to do. Climb a mountain, walk in the trees, feel the warmth of a summer breeze. I want the world to see you're beautiful to me. A day begins with the sunrise. It's beautiful in my eyes. It's beautiful.
Still not quite. Okay, can I get another one in there?
Day begins with the sunrise. It's beautiful in my eyes. It's beautiful. Like you are
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's 10 maximum.
till the soil on your knees.
Alright, so the tags just get cut off, but
The sea.
I'm not
So one day
I'm not necessarily upset about that.
the sun. Feel the warmth of your glow. I want the world to
We know it showed why a tag is rejected. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a the tag the JavaScript that we're using for the tags is not it's passable, but I wouldn't it has these weird problems. Like every so often, like even like today's stream when I was putting tags in, you know, you go and type a tag in and then you go to click one of the suggestions and the highlight doesn't go down to the correct suggestion, so it takes the one above it, which is not the one you wanted. So you gotta delete it and you gotta come back and try it again. Or sometimes you'll do a tag and it's 2 words, but it'll only take the first word, and there's these little weird annoyances about it. And I don't know if that's the library. I don't know if that's some interaction between the library and the Phoenix stuff going on, the WebSockets and stuff. I don't know. But it's annoying. And I agree, it should show you like why it's rejecting your tag and stuff. I mean, honestly, one of the things I wanted to do was increase the length of a tag that someone can type in, and I wanted to allow it to have single quotes and stuff, because there's a lot of games that have single quotes in them that may not be in the database. Then it would be nice if we could just, you know, you could just type them in and be done with it. Hyphens, colons, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Some of those were blocked because I think they initially blocked them because they thought it would cause a SQL injection problem in the database, which it very well might, but you can protect against that, you know. You just have to make sure you just have to test it and make sure everything's fine. It's easy enough to test for. So okay. Let me put this back the way it was. go. We're good there. Oh, the other thing I wanted to do is, while I'm here fixing that, let's do a... Oh, can I do that? Should be able to do that, right? Do the rollover text. So it'd be title. And then just do @channel. Is this gonna work this way? Good. Go like this. I gotta do it like this though. Honestly, I don't think we need to be like that. I think I can just do this. Yeah. Like. Yeah, there we go. We got the rollover now. So even though, so it's got the ellipsis, and then you can just roll over it with your mouse and see the full title. So there we go. I don't think there's any real way for me to test this either, because I don't think the back end. I don't know. I don't think the tests actually simulate a. They simulate a browser, but I don't think they simulate widths and stuff. So I don't think I can. I don't think there's any tests I can put on it. At the end of the day, it's fairly trivial anyway. It's just visual changes. So I'm going to probably submit this without changing any tests. Now we do have the mobile block up here, which is going to suffer from the same problem. Actually, the mobile doesn't actually show the edit button. Or the live badge? I don't know. I'm not actually that worried about it. I think everything will be fine there. Okay. So I think we're good there. All right, let's go and put a thumbtack in it. Where am I at here? Is that down? Get status. Channel title and channel title HTML HEX. So channel title I changed just this. This is my other changes. Okay. It's good. Get add that. fix for edit button disappearing on channel page. Are we getting this is already looped around? Mike, all these songs are starting to run together here. Okay, let's do elevator music. Oh god, no. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was what I thought. The main character one that I had on last week actually was halfway decent. We'll turn that one on. Adventure themes. Now page when the stream title is very long. Right, get stream origin fix edit button. Added ellipsis to yeah, I'll put that in the I'll put that in the pull request. That I added an ellipsis and a rollover. Yeah, let me get my add that for a second while I get my password here. There we go. All right, good. So that should be out there. And I'll do a pull request for that off camera. I don't need to bore you guys with that. It's just I just have to run. Oh, you know, I didn't run the test, did I? Get status. Let's run the tests right now. But I haven't really changed anything, so I don't expect these to fail, other than the 10 that always fail. All right, just a little chance to run its course, but yeah, I think we'll take a look at the notification thing and see what's involved with that. I don't think there'll be a whole lot involved. I may not finish it tonight, but I don't think there'll be a whole lot involved. So we'll see here. So I'm going to make it relatively simple. There we go, 10 failures, which is probably all the Stripe stuff. Yeah, there's Stripe, Stripe. That's another Stripe one, Stripe error. Yeah, okay. So we're good there. Mix code quality. No issues. Code quality did change some things though. Mix code quality. This pushed up there. I'm looking for, oh, here it is. Notes. Paste. Oh, there it is. Status. If I can spell status. Okay. Should be good there now. Let me just look to see what it looks like. It's just like one extra line it added to that one file there. I guess it did some formatting here. Somewhere. But okay. Alright. No problem. It's one more for the list. And now let's go and look into this other thing. Notification when eligible to be featured on the home page. Next! Exactly. Tickets. Account. Dev. I'll make sure I switch over to dev before I forget so I don't end up branching off of a branch. Featured. So what I want to look at here is we only check to see that you have 10 hours. If I look at the job that does it, I think it's home page. Home page. Run. Finish home page, update home page. Okay. Update the home page with new streams. The service can be restarted at any time. This function needs to check for 15 minutes left in the current batch of streams. Our next batch of streams. This function does not handle actually displaying the batch, which is where home page takes over. Okay. Generate next batch of homepage channels. Get max slot time. UTC now. Push new homepage batch. It's down here. Slot time. There we go. Find eligible channels. Okay. Oh, I see what's there. Okay. So it's going against the streams table. It's looking for... First of all, it's running two queries, which makes sense. One is checking to see that you've had at least 10 hours streamed through past all of your streams. And then It's using that. Okay, it's doing a subquery on that. Okay. So it's integrating this query into the larger query, which is correct. Then the larger query is going against channel. And it's saying where your channel status is live, where show on homepage is true, which means you've tacked off show on homepage. Your stream started at least 15 minutes ago, less than or equal to 15 minutes ago. It has not ended, so there's no ended at time for your stream. And your stream, your channel ID comes back from this 10-hour query. Order by random. Okay. Limit 6. So that's where that really actually pretty straightforward and simple query. Which is good for us because it means, and this is in homepage EX, which means I can basically run this whole, well, actually it's a private. That's fine. It's a really simple query. Yeah, okay. Okay. No biggie. What I could do, because I don't need to care. I don't care about you being live, or that you've been live for 15 minutes, or that you're ended at, or any of that stuff. Really, all I care about is this query here. It says, make sure you have at least 10 hours of streaming. So I'm just going to grab this query as is, and we'll go to channel lookups. Sure, I could put it there. If you're a channel owner and stream time and notification not this, yeah. I definitely want. Yeah, I'm gonna add those in. I'm also gonna make sure. I'm also going to make sure your channel's not disabled and all that stuff. I'll do like the standard checks. I guess this is as fine as any place to put it. Channel lookups. So we'll do postable channels by name. I'll say def. Don't they have like a? I think they actually use question marks and stuff. Things. So channel eligible for homepage, and then I'll say I guess I'll just throw a channel ID in there. Although that one's taking channel. I was gonna say most of these are taking the user, but that's fine. I'm going to need the user too anyway, so let's say user. It's accounts.user. Yeah, Glimish accounts user. User. I technically don't need the channel ID because I can get it off the user if I wanted to, but I'm going to do channel ID anyway. What is the inaccessible tag in the API for? Is that just ban users, deleted accounts? No, it's I believe it is channel settings, and I believe it's deactivate channel. If you hit deactivate channel on your channel, I think that sets that to true. So like it'll keep all of your settings and everything, but if you're like, oh, I don't want my channel active for a while, you can just deactivate it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. At least that makes the most sense to me. So if a streamer's like, I'm going to take a long extended break from streaming, but I'm still going to have my account and all that stuff because I'm going to still be a viewer, they can just kind of deactivate their channel, but it'll keep all their settings and all that stuff. So if they ever reactivate it, they can. Came across a channel called Glimish 1257 or something, and that had it set. That may have been a test that someone did in production. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Crap. I just realized I didn't branch off yet. Let me do that right now. Origin dev, okay, get, check out, feature, notify a streamer when home page available. There we go. Alright, well, we gotta change. Let's go with Surprise Me Here Station. The good old standby. Okay. Oop, oop, not that. Okay, now we can actually write some code. Means I lost that other piece of code, but try that again. Because it works, so why not? The 10-hour query. I can leave that as is. Next thing is repo. All I really need is a count. Repo.exists. Alright, I mean, that's basically exists. Yeah, I really only need to know if I get a record back or not from this query I'm about to do. So let's say from C in channel. And do I have stream up there? No, but that's fine. User didn't seem to exist either. I was following it at one point. Oh. No idea. No, I have no idea. I haven't, you know, to be perfectly honest, I haven't run any API queries against the production database at all. I actually don't know how, what kind of data we have in production. I heard that the tags were kind of a mess. Which sort of makes sense because of the way the tag library that we use kind of works, but the front end part of the tag library, I mean, because it has a tendency to submit tags before you're even finished typing them out. But yeah, I haven't seen much else with that. MC in channel where c.id equals channel ID where channel no, that's fine. C in channel C dot inaccessible false. Need that. Our home page. False. And is there anything else I need to pull in? Besides the user, obviously. Title. User ID equals user.id. having no. How did they do it over here? ID in subquery. ID in subquery. Our query. Okay. This should just return a Boolean, right? Checks if there exists an entry that matches given the query, returns a Boolean. Yeah. Okay. So we're selecting against channel for a channel ID that was passed in, where the channel is not inaccessible. Show on home page is set to false. The user ID that the user that we've passed in is the owner of the channel. And the channel has at least 10 hours of streaming time on it. I need to change the name of this though, because that's a misnomer. It's really not channel eligible for homepage. It's how do I make it not ambiguous? Channel ready. Ready for homepage. Prompt channel ready for homepage. I guess that's about as clear as I can make it. Put a comment on it too. This fixed to see if a channel has met the criteria for showing on the home page, but the channel owner has not yet enabled the homepage setting. Has not yet opted in. Yes, that's a better way. Better way of putting it. But I am missing something. And oh yeah, with the tags, yeah, you can't grab all the streams of tag. You gotta grab all the streams and check the tags yourself. Same for subcategories. Yeah, it's I know what you're talking about because I had to. It was a pain doing the recent tags stuff because of that same problem. It was just like, I gotta find all your recent tags and I gotta kind of pull them out of this weird data structure they are in the database and all that stuff. So yeah. But I do need to add a Boolean here that says whether or not I've already prompted you. I'll add that to channel. So we'll say, guess I'll put it here. Fields. Prompts for home page. Boolean default true. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Oh, you know what? You know what? This is false. I should make this just a job that runs. Yeah, that would make the most sense. Where's my channel lookups thing here? Basically, I should just take this and put it in a job. And the back end job can just run every so often and just get a whole list of everybody that needs to be, and just update that prompt for whatchamadoozit. And after I prompt somebody, I can set that to false, and then it won't come back again. Oh, dismiss prompt. Yeah, no, yeah. We're on the same same wavelength. Yeah. So this will be false, and then a job will run that will set it to true for everybody who does not have the show on homepage set. For everybody who qualifies for that query that I just ran. And then after I display the prompt to the user, I'll set it to I'll set it back to false. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to work it out in my brain, make sure I'm on the right page here. So I need where am I at here? Stream on homepage available. You were thinking make the user dismiss. Well, there. Yeah, I mean that's basically what it is. Essentially, it'll be a modal that pops up when they go to their channel page, and regardless of whether, it'll just have a close button on it. So whether you hit the close button or you click out of it, you've basically seen it at that point. So which I can, yeah, and that's probably the way it'll be, because then it'll when you close, it'll send a signal to the back end to update that field. Yeah. I was thinking more like a notification for hosting a stream. I mean, I could do it that way too. It doesn't have to be a modal. But one way or the other, as you said, one way or the other, we should force the user to dismiss it. That way we know that they've seen it, and and then I can update the database table. So I figured it was better to do it as a modal, because then you're more likely to get them to actually read it and dismiss it. You know what I mean? Of course, there's also the possibility that they'll click multiple times and just click through it without even reading it. But, we tried. You know what I mean? We gave it the good old college try, right? You can't necessarily make somebody read read something. They'll just close it to get rid of it. Yeah. But I mean, I also tend to think, and maybe this is me being naive, people aren't used to stuff just popping up when they go on a stream page, on a channel page, like popping up in the middle of the page. So maybe it'll be like oh wait, maybe I should take a moment to read whatever this is. But I get you. It's one of those things where it's like, I could make it just a banner at the top of the page, like I do for, like a purple banner, like I do for the hosting. My worry there is that there may be people who don't realize they can dismiss that. I mean, I know it's obvious to most that you can dismiss that, but I'm afraid somebody's going to be like, how do I, not going to realize that they can get rid of that, and they'll just be stuck on their screen forever. And I'll feel really bad because it's like, oh, there's a little X there, you're getting hit. Put a bit, yeah, I could do that too. I could put a big dismiss button on there. You're right. That's a thought. Or like, don't tell me again, or one of those things. Yeah. Either way, it'll be, yeah, I could do that. Not bad. Because the banner at least is, I don't have to do anything weird to get the banner to show up. I can just make it show up on the page. The modal, I kind of have to, technically speaking, I don't have to do anything weird for the modal either, but you do kind of have to trigger it a bit. And this way here with the banner, it'll just be either on the page or not on the page. That could work. Shut the hell up button. Yeah. Oh man, I wish I had that button for all the freaking robocalls, man. Ugh. Like, so tired of I actually have a thing. I had to buy an additional device to block the calls because I ran out of memory on my phone to block the calls. And I'm not talking to my cell phone, I'm talking to my landline. Because, old. And because I think it only had like a 50 number memory in it. And so I had to buy another device that had like a 300 or 3000 number memory to block even more things. I'm almost to the point where I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's not worth having. Maybe I should just unplug the phone and just leave it unplugged. We'll just have the landline in case I ever need it, but no one ever calls me on it, so why bother with it? Rotary dialing. Come on now. I mean, we had a rotary phone when I was growing up for a little bit. Actually, it's funny, there's a thing that, like, I'm sure probably blows kids' minds. Not so much the rotary phone, but the mnemonics that people used to use. Like, if you look at old like newspaper clippings for, like, classified ads and stuff like that, people would use like the letters instead of the numbers, you know, because like 2 was like ABC and 3 was DEF and all that stuff. And so at least in the Philadelphia area, the area code is 215. Well, there's a couple area codes now, but back then it was only 215 because it was just landlines. And so the mnemonic was DA5. So you would look at all these old newspaper clippings and it would say, call us here at DA5, blah, 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 right? And I'm wondering, like, if you ever were to show those things without any context to kids, if they look at that and go, what the hell does that mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, DA5 was 215. Yep. Yeah. And then they had there was a couple different, like, there was, and I never quite understood this myself because I was a little too young for that, but there were there was some sort of structure around what letters you use, because again, every number had, with the exception of the last number, had 3 letters associated with it. And so sometimes you would use like DA5 and sometimes you would use, you know, FB5 and stuff. And I don't remember what the rules were around that, around which exchange letters you used. But yeah, it was an interesting thing. The RF guns we use to pick orders at work use T9. Last 5 numbers have 4 letters. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. They do. The last 5 numbers have 4 letters. Yep. Yeah, sorry. I was like, I remember that there was a different number of letters for certain things. There was also pound and star were separate numbers, right? They were on separate parts of the phone, if I remember correctly. Press 7 4 times. Press. Oh, well, that was, so the 7 4 times was for touch tone, right? For rotary, I don't think it mattered, because rotary, it did the 7 clicks or something. Oh, for texting. Right. Oh yeah. Okay. For teletype. Yeah. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Now. Yeah, you would do that multiple times to get the furthest most one. What was that? It was zoom in on this. Open image, a new tab. Yeah. Oh yeah, see, this has the star down here and the pound here. You had the operator. You had ABC, DEF, DHI, JKL, MNO, PQR. Wait. I don't know. I don't think we got Y. Get WXY. Oh, PRS. PUV. Yeah, because it skips it's Q. And it skips Z. Yeah. DA5 would be the same number as EC5. Yes. But there was some kind of etiquette around it that I never quite understood myself. Like, at least in the Philly area, it was based on neighborhood or exchange or something, where some people would say one versus saying the other. Even though they ultimately meant the same thing at the end of the day. It was weird. But then again, you didn't really have to use the area code back then because there were so few numbers. It just assumed your local exchange, which was 215. So then they would use the letters for the first 3 digits. And then that made it a little bit more diverse. Some of these here. Remember prank calling people? Did you know your phone number spells big boob? That was like the old calculator trick, right? Boobs. Let me show you a trick with the calculator. And then you get when I got into high school, it was we got the TI-82s, and it was all about, like, while the teacher was up at the board doing stuff, you'd be on the calculator, like, trying to code in, like, little games to play and stuff. You'd be, you have the manual out, and you'd be like, okay, how do I make this do this? I want to get a little, like, game of Frogger in and all that stuff. That was good though. Just playing with the graphing calculator and all that fun stuff. Let's see here. You started coding on a graphing calculator. I think, I'll be honest, I think a lot of people probably did. Because those things were compelling, right? TI Basic, yeah. Yep. Those things were really compelling because they kind of like blew your mind because like, oh, I can graph stuff, and then you're like, oh wait, I got this whole LCD screen that's I can use stuff for. Yeah. Could you do assembly? I never got down to that point with the assembly stuff. I think I just did a little bit of TI Basic, made a few things, and then I didn't go too far under the covers with it. A photo gallery to save cool graph patterns. Yeah. It was like never went that far. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean that's the thing, right? It's like I'm betting you someone somewhere, from Generation X Probably made some equivalent of Twitter or Reddit or something on their TI 82s or 83s or 84s. They probably had some, because they had like a network link too, right? That was like a cable you could connect the two calculators together with or something, if I remember correctly. I think some of the pricier models had them. Some effect like that, so you could actually have like a multiplayer game where you could send messages to one another. And TI 83 Plus, yeah, that's probably what it was. Because I think we started out on the 82s, which were just provided by the school, so they were pretty stripped down. But then I think at some point I splurged and got like an 83 for myself and just brought it to school, brought it to class. And yeah, you had like some more advanced stuff on that. You had to buy your own. Yeah, I think for the first year or two of high school, they provided like TI 82s. And then at some point, I guess it just became too expensive for them to maintain them. They just said, okay, everybody's got to go buy their own. And then I bought like an 83, TI 83 or something. I bet I still have that calculator even. Probably do. Probably stashed away in a drawer somewhere. That's not, because it's not that's not really something you would throw away, right? You have a calculator, you're just like, always here. Although I bet, now that I think about it, I probably never took the batteries out of it, so it's probably pretty damaged at this point. Unless I had the wherewithal to actually remove the batteries at some point. You may have written a program to help you cheat on exams. Well, I mean, that was the thing. Like, it was, you had the calculator, you could put stuff in there. You could write formulas to help you with certain things. Like, I think I had I think I went through the textbook before an exam, and I kind of programmed some of the formulas in that I would need. I would think that I would need, but I could just kind of easily get some answers without having to work it out myself. I guess that's technically not cheating, because I had to go through the work of, I didn't know what ones I would be asked about. But yeah, there was that, and then there was just like the straight up you sit down at a desk, and the class before you had someone had written some of the answers down right on the desk itself. And you're just like, well, let me cover my hand over this. So I don't think I did it, number one, and number two, I guess I'll use it since it's there. So, oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do, I got this. So mix, Ectogen, and add prompt for homepage eligibility. Gen repo? Wait, is that the one? I can never remember this damn command. Mix Ectogen. No, Ectogen migration. Yeah. There we go. And prompt on-page eligibility. Okay. So we are alter channel. Is it channel or channels? I think it's channels plural. Alter table channel. It's alter table. Alter table. Channels. Basically this. So add. What am I calling it here? Prompt for homepage. Boolean false. Yeah. That's everything. Remember a game called Block Dude? I think so, yeah. I think I remember. Yeah, it was some, yeah. I do remember there were some games that went around that they could damage your calculator and make it basically a very expensive paperweight. It was a game everyone wanted. Well, there was I think someone in my class had made a like Tetris clone. I mean, a very basic Tetris clone on there, and that was pretty cool. I like that. That was everybody wanted a shot at playing with that. He actually made it himself. But yeah, we spent so much time, playing with those calculators and not learning anything. I guess it's that was kind of the thing about school for me. It was like they have certain things that they want you to learn, but they throw a lot of stuff at you because they have the whole rubric of stuff that they need to get through. And they never really spent, like for me, they never really spent enough time on a particular topic. Because I'm like one of those, I'm one of those guys where if I think I'm going to go onto Wikipedia for like 5 minutes, I'll be there for like 5 hours because I'll just keep clicking on all the links and going down even further and digging down even further. And that's kind of one of the disappointing things for school for me was like we kind of glossed over everything and we never really did a deep dive on anything that I particularly cared about. Like one of the things I really liked was like there were PBS specials and stuff that would not just reiterate like World War II and World War I, but would actually get into like battle tactics and stuff and show you the tactics that were used and everything. I used to love those things because I loved just seeing the strategies and how things worked out and didn't work out and all that stuff more than just the, politics of it or something like that. Never properly learn what logs are. Don't understand this day. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, logs. And it was also, they kind of skimmed over like sine and cosine and all that stuff. What really got me though is when I got into college and I tried to do calculus. Like, they really wanted us in the computer science majors to do calculus 2. And boy, did I struggle. Calculus 2 to this day remains the only course I've ever taken that I failed. Like, legitimately failed and had to retake it. It was just, it was just bad. And then, like, you look at something that's closer to actual programming, like linear algebra and matrices and stuff. Those I had no problem at all. Those I could do day in and day out, inside and out. Now, can I do the determinant of a matrix today? Not without looking it up. It's been years and years since I've never actually had to use it. But, like, I'm sure once I looked it up, I'd probably re-grasp it again. But, like, you throw derivatives and double derivatives and all that stuff at me, and it just, my brain just melts. Like, I just couldn't do it. And you know, we also had discrete math, and I don't remember any of discrete math. You bombed out of that course twice. What? Calculus or discrete math? Like, I mean, for me, discrete math, like, we all had to take discrete math, but I don't recall us ever having an actual exam for it. The first thing in the morning, like 7 a.m. Oh yeah, no, that's the worst. Oh, that's too early to try to be doing any kind of calculations and stuff. Slept through it. Yeah. Now, our professor for, like, discrete math, I don't think he ever actually gave us an exam or any tests. I think he just went over it and just gave everybody, you know, a B or something at the end of the semester. 'Cause I honestly don't recall having any tests or anything, or an exam for it or anything like that. I guess he just figured, like, it's so out there and so crazy that there was no point in us trying to figure it out. Remember people in your class correcting the math teacher on binary? Ooh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that kind of separates the mathematician math teachers from the I just needed a job math teachers. Right. Like, you get a mathematician math teacher, they're probably pretty good at not only binary but also, like, programming and stuff. You get one who's just like a weekend warrior, and you know, it is what it is. This is first year math. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get you. It's math was all. I mean, math wasn't my strong suit to begin with. I think my saving grace is that I could do algebra, and that helped me with programming, because I can programming with variables and stuff is pretty much algebra, kind of, sort of. So I was able to kind of take to that pretty easily. But geometry and trigonometry I wasn't actually that bad at. But geometry I was terrible at, and calculus, and you know, it's just oof. No thanks. Give me a calculator. And actually, what was hilarious was, so they also, you know, decided that comp sci majors had to take physics 1 and physics 2. And what was hilarious about that was physics 1, my physics professor absolutely insisted that we had to rederive all of the physics equations. So we had to use the calculus to derive the equation before we were able to you know, figure out the forces on an object or something like that. And I went to Calc 2, and my professor for Calc 2 was like, okay, here's your test, use your textbooks, use your algebra, and be done with it. And I said to him one day, I was like, I'm surprised you're using like the algebra and stuff and the textbooks, because, you know, the previous professor for, you know, the earlier physics course there was nothing doing. He wanted nothing to do with that. And I remember what the professor said to me. He's like, listen, in the real world, you're not going to rederive these equations. In the real world, you're going to go grab a textbook and you're going to look it up. Or you're going to go on the internet and you're going to look up the algebra for it. It's like, I'm trying to give you the physics of the real world. I'm not trying to give you extra work for the sake of giving you extra work. That's why I let you, every time he would give us tests and exams and stuff, he's like, they're all open book tests and open book exams. Right? Because he's like, you're going to go look up the, you know, it's not really helping you having the textbook other than to get the formula. You still have to know what formula to get. You still have to know how to apply it, you know, all that stuff. And I was like, you know what? There's a man who knows reality. And I appreciate that. I appreciate whenever a professor was like, listen, you know, there's book knowledge and then there's real world. Let's inject some real world into this. Let's inject some reality into this. Yeah. 99% of you will never use this, but it's in the curriculum. Yeah, that kind of stuff. That was a thing. And I still maintain to this day that I don't think, if I had not gone to college already knowing the basics of how to program, I don't think I would have gotten anything out of college as far as programming goes. Like, I feel bad for the people who started in our class, who finished our class. I mean, we started out with like 20 people and then ended with like 4 after 4 years. I feel sorry for the other 3 because I don't, or at least 1 or 2 of them, because I don't know that they went to college with any knowledge of programming. And I'm not sure they left with any knowledge of programming either. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things where you just kind of had to be doing your own thing, doing your own work on the side, and just kind of, because the courses didn't really go into much at all, and they really didn't go into any of the reality of it. Like, I didn't learn how to do anything with any source control at all until I got my first job. Like, I didn't know anything about source control. I didn't know how to do SVN. I didn't know CVS. I didn't know Git, anything. I learned all that on the job, you know? All the math you'll ever use in real life you learn by 5th grade. 6 to 10 is just practicing more of the same, and 11 to 12 is shit you'll never use. It's true. It's true. Not to mention, I would love for someone to do a study to find out how much knowledge you retain as you get older. And by older, I mean like older children, older grades. Because I get the feeling like kids that are in, first through fifth grades are sponges. And I have this theory that most of your knowledge, most of your practical, like everyday knowledge, you probably got in those early days. And then after that, everything else is just kind of just little bits and pieces of things that just kind of stuck in your head as you went. Kind of like throwing darts at a dartboard. You know what I mean? And you still, you learn some things, but a lot of it just kind of went in one ear and out the other. Because I know for sure, like, there are times I'll go on the internet and I'll go look something up, like history thing, and I'll be reading and I'll go, oh, I actually remember this from school, but it never dawned on me what this was. I remember having to remember this thing for a test, but then it just kind of disappeared and I completely forgot about it again until I just rediscovered it 5 minutes ago, and it sort of all floods back to you like, oh, that's what that meant. Because now you're off on your own and you're doing it for yourself, not because someone else is directing you to do it. And I feel like you learn more when you yourself initiate the learning than you do when someone else says, here's your tasks and you must learn this. But with some caveats, obviously there are situations where that does work. I've got a good chunk within 2 years of finishing high school. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's the thing. Like you learn all the foundation stuff sticks with you because you were young at the time and everything was brand new and exciting and special. And then as you get older, the world gets smaller and far more boring, and it takes a lot more to kind of keep your attention. And so things, beyond retaining the knowledge necessary for the next test, after that, it's just like, well, you don't need it. You're not applying it to anything. So it just kind of disappears. Made the mistake of taking time off to make money for college. Yeah, that's always the thing. When I graduated high school, the last thing I wanted to do was go to college. I was so done with school. But I said to myself, if I don't go now, I probably never will. Number one. Like, if I don't immediately go from high school to college, I probably never will. And number two, just to get my foot in the door, I felt like I needed that bachelor's degree just to get my foot in the door. It was just a hall pass. All I really needed was just to at least get an interview. And I figured if I could at least use that to get an interview, then from that point forward, I'd be fine. But there was so much gatekeeping where it was like, no, if you don't have this or that or the other thing, then we don't even want to talk to you. I think eventually I might have been able to still land a job even without it, but it would have taken a lot longer, and it probably wouldn't have been the work experience I ended up getting, which, at the time when I got my first job, I was like, I don't know about this place. And then it ended up being like a really good learning experience that I ended up taking with me through my whole career, So it's just one of those things where it's like, you can take the long road, but you're not necessarily guaranteed to get as lucky, I guess, to be in the right place at the right time. And that's really what it comes down to sometimes, is just being in the right place at the right time. You always advise people against it now, no matter how bad the debt. Yeah. No, I get you. I always like, I knew a bunch of people who were like, I'm going to take a year off after high school. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to get a job. And then I'm going to go to college. And I was like, all right, well, good luck to you, you know? Because I knew for me, if I got out of the pattern, if I started to get an inkling of the freedom that comes with having your own job and setting your own boundaries, that I just wouldn't go back, you know? Yeah, you can't unforget stuff. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And also it kind of like, there's all that, for want of a better word, trauma that you build up over your years of schooling, right? And it's kind of better to just get it over with, because you know, like, for years after I had graduated, I'd still wake up in the morning and in a panic, you know, when your brain is just kind of coming out of dreamland and you're still groggy, and you wake up in a panic, you're like, I forgot to study for the test, and then you look around and you're like, wait, I passed that test 5 years ago. You know what I mean? And it's like, so I just say, like, get all the trauma done in one continuous string. It's going to hurt for a couple years later, but it's better than trying to get an inkling of freedom and then coming back to school again, and then, you know, going back to school and all that stuff. It's like, and it's like one of those things where people would say, you know, you don't have a master's in computer science. Why didn't you go back for your master's? And I'm like, at this point, you know, after about 5 years of experience, that master's doesn't really help you, you know, because now you've got real world experience and you've got a resume, and it's not gonna boost your salary by much of anything, right? Because you've got actual blue water experience now. Whereas someone who, and even someone who like goes directly into the master's program and then does a doctoral thing, I'm like, you know, God bless them, but I can't imagine it actually. I mean, maybe it helps a little bit. Maybe it helps in that it lands you those jobs where the recruiters only want, you know, Ivy League top, you know, graduate things. But if all you really want to do is get your career started, and just you don't much care where, as long as it's pays a living wage and you can swing it and just get that experience in. The experience is better, I think, than any piece of paper. But you couldn't get past the fact that every job required 5 years experience. Yeah, that was a problem I ran into too, because I graduated college in 2002. So the .com bubble had just burst. And it took me, I want to say, 9 months to find my first job out of college. And it was, and I had a job at the time. I was actually I was a part-time webmaster at the time, back when webmasters were an actual thing. So I had a part-time job, but I got my first full-time job. It took me, like, as a career, as a junior developer, it took me like 9 months to find that. And it was, you know, it ended up being a really great experience. You know, I spent 5 years with them. But when I first got there, I was questioning all my choices in life, because they only paid me $30,000, which was really low, and I was kind of upset about that. But they were a small startup, and I thought, well, you know what? Everywhere I look, everybody wants 5 years experience, and how do you get 5 years experience if you can't get any experience at all, right? Especially in the medical fields. Like, I was looking at medical fields and stuff, and they're like, we want you to have 3 years experience in mumps. And I'm like, why in God's green earth would I do anything in the mumps programming language just for funsies? Like, how could I possibly have that experience? Like, where do I go to get that experience without having been hired already by another company to do that? It was insane, right? But that said, I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna see what this startup does. I'm gonna stick with it as long as I can. I'll reevaluate where I am in 5 years, which I did, and we'll see what happens. And what the good thing is, again, it comes down to like being in the right place at the right time, right? And that place took off. Like, within 2 years, they had moved, we'd moved out of the house that we were in, and we had moved into a proper office complex. The staff was expanding. By the time I left, 5 years into it, I think we were up to like 400 people on staff, from the like 15 that there were when I started. If even 15, I don't even know if it was 15. It was probably like 12 or something. And all along the way, even though I started out at such a low amount, when I left that place, and I started there and I was getting $30,000 a year as a junior developer. When I left 5 years later, I was making, I think, $95,000, and I was architect. I was the Java architect there, software architect. So I went up the ranks and did all that stuff and got all kinds of experience. It was a waterfall shop too, which you don't hear much of anymore. They tried switching over to Agile when Agile had become a thing, but they were very much waterfall through and through, and it was an experience. It was a good experience. There were some pain points, but it was a good wake up call as to what the industry is like and what to expect, and I think my mentor there was a guy who jumped between a lot of different industries, and I know a lot of the people that I worked with stayed in insurance, because this was an insurance software development company. And a lot of the people I worked with just stayed in insurance. And I had talked to when they left that company, and I talked to my mentor, and I was like, what's a better idea? Is it just stay in insurance, or is it to jump around? And he said to me, he's like, the best thing you can do for yourself is to go between industries. Don't lock yourself into one. It seems logical to lock yourself into one because you have all this additional like business knowledge to take with you. But at the end of the day, regardless of industry, everybody tends to have the same problems. They just have different requirements on how to solve them. And so, even though you may not know the business, you know the problem space. And it's helpful to see it kind of forces you to come up with different solutions to similar problems you've had in the past, which expands your horizons and expands your ability to come up with solutions, because now you've got more experience, and you've got experience in fixing that problem 3 different ways that were 3 different successful ways, you know? So here's a small startup is probably great because you come out more well-rounded. Oh yeah. And you see all this, like, you have to wear a lot of different hats, right? Like I got there, it was small. Like like I said, there was like 12 people, I think, total, including myself there. And so you end up wearing lots of hats. You interview a lot of, pretty much all the staff, all the development staff were guys that I interviewed at some point for their jobs. A lot of them were out of college. They like to hire people out of college. So they all were kind of in the same boat that I was when I got there. And you get to see all the stuff. You see all the problems that came up. You see all the solutions. You see all the hardware changes. You see the decision making from various levels. And there's something to be said for having to wear multiple hats and having to switch your tasks around a lot. If all you ever do all day long is one thing, and this is something that I do when I like interview people for jobs, when they we have candidates come in and I ask them questions. A lot of times my questions revolve around trying to determine if you've been pigeonholed, like where you've only done one thing, or either you've only done one thing and not anything else, or you are just, I don't want to say a wage slave, but your body's doing the work, but your mind is not necessarily in it. I guess is the way to put it, right? And so a lot of times, one of the things I'll ask candidates is like, first of all, I'll ask them, like, what were you working on? What kind of code did you do and all that stuff? And then once they explain at least a little bit of what they're working on, then I can say like, so where did that fit into the larger picture? Like, you wrote all this code, but how did that fit into the larger software product? And you'd be surprised how many people cannot tell me how their code contributed to the larger product. Like they came in, their boss told them to do something, they did it, they went home, and that was it, right? Like they had no interest in knowing like what the other parts of the system do. Did you write it in such a way that it would work with other parts of the system well? Well, no, I wrote it the way my boss told me that it needed to be done. I just wrote it, it was just there. Like, well, okay, that's one way to do it, but it's not necessarily winning points with me, right? Because one of the things that I always kind of stipulate is that I want to hire people who are not going to be silent in meetings, people who, when you sit down in a meeting table, will come in and have suggestions and have beefs. I mean, like professional beefs, like by that I mean, like they'll come in and say like, that solution that you came up with, I've gone down that path once before, and it's really bad. It's fraught with peril. I really don't think it's a really good idea that you go down that path. And they have their own preferences. They're not arrogant about it. They're not there's no yelling or anything like that. They're not angry. It's just kind of like, there's kind of that collective like, ugh, like I've been there, I really don't think you want to go that way. But if you do, I'll support you. But you know, you must rehash the same 3 issues over. Yeah. Oh. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Anyway, I think that's my long rambling shop talk. Whether that was interesting or not is another story. But it's just like, you get around a bit, and it's like you see some stuff. It's hard to explain it to people who don't necessarily live it, right? Because there's like, I guess this, again, all this like, how did this conversation start? Rotary phones? Exactly. I think that's how it started. It was a hell of a tangent. I do have that problem where I will go off on a crazy tangent about things. But a lot of that is just me. I guess at the end of the day, I'm still venting over the whole Twitter thing. It's affected me more than I realize, I guess. So I'm just like reminiscing on, in my head, of like all the stuff that, all the stuff that I saw that didn't work at technology companies, and all the stuff that I saw that did work, and the management that didn't quite understand what they were asking for, and the management that did understand what they were asking for. Yeah. The project managers that understood truly what day 1 and day 2 means, and the ones who didn't, who just wanted to keep shoving things out the pipeline. Damn those torpedoes, I guess it all just kind of, it rankled me, I guess, just seeing some of the stuff. For homepage. Okay, so I got this field in there. So I should be able to do mix, ecto, migrate. Now that should give me a new column. Prompt for home page, Boolean false as the default. Okay. So brings that up. So then what I want to do is make a job. I'm gonna host on. We're using this O-band now, which I have not used yet. But it looks like it's just the same stuff. Rescue form. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty straightforward. So I'm gonna copy my auto hosting thing here, because it's pretty much the same thing. And I'm going to say paste. And I'm going to rename it. And I'm going to say... prompts, homepage, opt-in, call this prompt homepage opt. Homepage opt-in prompt runner. Our status channels. I'll host lookups. Yeah, okay. I can actually leave my thing where it's at. In channel lookups. Channel lookups. And let's get rid of all of these. This is how long it took to run. So we'll say homepage opt-in prompt runner finished in how many milliseconds it did. We'll keep that there so clone will be able to know if the jobs are taking too long. So that's good. And then so what I can do now is I can restructure this. Channel opt-in for homepage, and we'll get rid of this. We don't need to know about the users anymore because we're just going to go through everything, and we're going to say so from C in channel where inaccessible is false, showing homepage is false. The ID is in the subquery, so 10 hours. And actually before it does that, where the dot for homepage equals false. No, that's not right. I have to change this around. I have to be... Alright. I'm gonna need. I might need 2 columns. Or it's got to be not a Boolean. Yeah, I think it's got to be not a Boolean. I think it's going to have to be an actual, like, string thing. Where I say... where I can update it so that it will... if the user dismisses the prompt, then it'll go into a different state. It'll be more like a status thing. Yeah. So if I do, how did I, there was I want to do this as a set values, like I did in the co-streaming stuff. What did I? Let me look this up here. Co-streaming, and then lib. Not it. Here we go. Private repo migrations. New tables. Yeah, enums here. Grab these as an example. Great. Prompt homepage type enum. Homepage prompt type and homepage prompt type prompt Prompt home page. Type enum. Was execute, right? Execute. Yeah. Wait, did I do both of them that way? Oh, it's the first one and then the crate and then the drop. I was going to say. So create, drop. So prompt for home page will be, how do I do this? Layout type, stream layout type, which is the name of the enum that I created, and then default. Okay. So this would be prompt for homepage would be homepage prompt type, and default would be it's none. Prompts. I want to say none. I don't want to say none. I want to say not ineligible prompts or I want to say acknowledged, but I don't want to spell it, so I'm going to say prompt or dismissed, I guess. What I'll call it. Ignore. Yeah, ignore. Yeah, that's why it'll reprompt once they dismiss it. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. That's why I'm like, oh, I need more than a Boolean to do it because the job is wouldn't have any other knowledge as to whether or not it ran before or not. Yeah. So ineligible prompt ignore. Yeah. Okay. So default will be I think I just, how does it, did I do it as an atom over here? Oh, I did it as a string. Okay. The default would be ineligible. Yeah. So everybody starts out as ineligible. The job runs. It says it updates you to prompt. Maybe I should just call it eligible. Well, no, I'll call it prompt. Updates you to prompt if you have greater than 10 hours. Is it greater or greater than equal to? It's greater than 10 hours. Okay. Well, it's 10 hours. It's greater than or equal to 10 hours. It'll switch it to prompt. And then when the user dismisses it, it'll switch this to ignore. And so all the stream page has to do is look at this column and say, if the column says prompt, show the banner, and keep showing the banner as long as that column says prompt. And then if the user hits dismiss, it goes to ignore, and that's good. And then the only thing the job has to do is only pick up channels where the homepage prompt type is ineligible status and the show on homepage is false. I guess technically I could do a pass over it. Cause yeah, I mean, it's a job, so I might as well. Like, the auto host job does a couple passes over the data. I could do one pass over it where I say anyone who has the show on homepage set to true, I'll automatically set their homepage prompt type to ignore because they've already set it. Yes, if they meet the criteria, yeah. So the first time the job runs in production, everyone who hasn't enabled the homepage setting will get prompted if they meet the criteria. Yes. Yeah. Which I think is fair enough. I do get that there's going to be people who specifically, you know, did not want to show up on the homepage who are going to get prompted about it. But as soon as they hit dismiss, that's the end of it. I don't think that's a deal breaker for anybody. I can't think of any other way. I mean, the only other way to do it is to set everybody to is to default it to ignore, and then nobody gets prompted, which isn't really the point. And like default it to, like set it to ignore as part of this migration. So only the existing users would get it, and then new users would be default ineligible. But I think it's better this way, so that people, because we know that there are people on the platform right now who probably don't even realize that option exists, and so this would, you know, ensure that they see it. So yeah, I think that'll do it. So for homepage, blah blah blah. Let's do a Nix Ecto rollback 1. Notify migration runner process. Oh, I bet it failed because I changed this stuff. Yeah. I should have ran the rollback first because it can't find this to undo. Let me do that. Notepad. I always do that. I always forget to run the rollback first. Go. Save that, and then yeah, that worked. Now I can put that back the way I had it. Okay. It is having an actual problem though. So what did I do? Oh, there's probably some other thing I gotta pull in, right? Oh, yeah. Duh. Of course it has to be inside the change block. I don't know why I thought otherwise. I was looking at it like, shouldn't that really be in the change block? Yes. Yes, it should be. There we go. So it created the enum homepage prompt type. I should be able to do select all from homepage. Oh, actually, it's not select all. It's how I do the enums. Here we go. Select homepage prompt type. Yeah, ineligible prompt ignore. Alright, and then I look at channels, I do a describe on it. Prompt for homepage is homepage prompt type. This is an enum. The data length is 4. Nullable, but its default is ineligible. And it's of that type. So good. Okay. We got a database enum set up, and then I can set up that database, set up that enum in channel here. That's the other thing I'm gonna look at is I think it's just I just define it there. Image TV lib Limish those streams. Right. One? No. Why is this not here? Oh, I have it under streams. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, here it is. Layout type, ecto enum values. I define all the values. And then the default. Okay. Values. Like that, right? And no, it's an array. Okay. And then I have it as the these guys, I'm going to just make sure I copy them correctly here. And nor and the default is ineligible. Cool. Now everywhere I can refer to it as one of these enum values, and we're good there. In channel lookups, I want prompt for homepage to be equal to ineligible. And let's see, while I'm thinking about it, let's go def updates channel list channel opt-in already for homepage. Did I do these? Did I just do these updates directly? I feel like I did. Where's the auto host? Recheck error status channels. Yeah, I just did the updates directly. So I'm just going to say here, update channel opt-in already for homepage. Already opt-in for homepage. And I'm just going to do repo.updates. Update all. Updates all the entries matching a given query with the given values. Make sure I understand what that looks like. Oh, I see. That works. Repo update all query. Opted in instead of already. Yeah, I should probably change that. So you just give it the query and you say set this. Does update all? Yeah, update all will not update auto-generated fields like the updated at columns. That might be okay. Because it's a job running and not the user actually updating their channel, which is an automated job, so it's probably okay that it doesn't update their updated at field, because then that will always be like the user has actually initiated something. Yeah, okay. I wanted to see how, if it had been used already and how it was used. So I'm going to do query equals query would be, so it's really a simple query then, right? Query would be from CN channel where inaccessible false c.show on homepage equals true, and where c prompt for homepage equals ineligible. Query set that is visible. Yeah, okay. That's prompt for stop homepage to ignore, and update channels opted in for homepage. Prompt for homepage to ignore. Okay. So basically give me every channel that is not inaccessible that already has show on homepage set to true, and that has prompt for homepage set to ineligible, and update all those to just ignore immediately. So those people will never get prompted because they already found the toggle, so they don't need to be prompted for it. And that's regardless of what how many hours streamed you have. So even if you haven't met the criteria yet for ending up on the homepage, if you've already toggled that thing to true, then there's no point in prompting you about it because you already know that. Now there's an argument for letting users know that they're now eligible, but I think I think it might be nice in the future to have a do kind of like what DLive does, where whenever you get featured on the homepage, a little event happens in chat. I think that would be a better way of handling that other use case. And just say like, hey, you know, when that job kicks off, it'll just throw a event into chat to say you're now being featured on the homepage, kind of thing. So I think that's kind of a separate thing altogether here. So prompt channel opt-in for homepage. Prompt channel opt-in for homepages. Okay, where accessible is false. Show on homepage is false. Prompt for homepage is ineligible. It's you've streamed 10 hours. Right. Streamed 10 hours. And that should be fine. And this is not a repo exists anymore. This is a update all. Actually, it's make it a query. Update query. Okay, so then I guess I don't need the I guess I don't need the actual parentheses, do I? It's not hurting anything, but whatever. Just kind of bracket it a little bit. So repo update all. I'm gonna put this update prompt channel opt-in for homepage. Update all. Update query. That's for homepage prompts. Okay. Updates into prompt. This updates into ignore. And then I just need a specific one for a specific channel ID and a user. So that would be update channel prompt for homepage. Update channel. This nor prompts for our home page. And this takes a user and a channel ID. All right. And then here I say, here I'm just going to assume that all this stuff is correct. So you tell me to just update this to ignore the prompt, I'm just going to ignore it, regardless of everything else. So we'll say repo.updates from cn channel where c.id equals channel ID where d.user ID equals user.id I guess this takes a oh, I gotta bring back the that makes sense. I gotta bring back the record first. So channel is actually I can just pull the channel from channel queries, right? Channels. And here we go. Get channel for username. I could do that. I could call the get channel for username. Or get channel for user ID. Yeah, let me do that instead. Not have it pass in a channel ID. That way I know I'm always operating on the user who asked for it. Well, is that... No. Actually, that may not be a good idea, because if it was like a GCT user or something operating on behalf of somebody else, they wouldn't want to change it on their own. They want to change the actual channel that they're looking at. I guess I should have the channel ID in there too. I should check that they have update permission on the channel. So I should do case bodyguard. I think it's just permits. Yeah, I need to permit policy. Update channel. The user and then the channel. I still have to look up the channel first. Well, I'll look it up by channel ID. That's fine. And then do this, authorize. The channel. Bodyguard policy. Streams policy. I think it's yeah, I think it's finish that streams policy update channel user channel. Do that, and then let's get the channel equals repo.get how do we do? How's that look? Oh, get. Yeah, it's like user and then user ID. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Let's get channel ID. I have the channel then. Then we check that to make sure this user is allowed to operate on that channel, and if they are, I doing this right? Bodyguard permit. Oh, it's a with okay bodyguard permit. I was gonna say it looked kind of weird the way I was doing it. With okay bodyguard permit. All right. With okay. Then we can do the updates. I guess I would just do. Oh, I didn't add it to the change set, did I? Well, I can add that to the change sets. Channel. That's for home page. Home page. Oh, we gotta stop this. There we go. Prompt for home page. I think that's good. I can put that on there. I can just make a change set and then do a repo update on it. I'll say channel. Wait. Change sets. Oh, and then for home page, ignore. And then repo dot update. That's it. All right. So for the job then, we do the update channels opted in for homepage first. Where's that at? Here. No lookups. Update channels opt in for homepage. Them to ignore. The home page opt-in prompt runner change number of entries. To ignore. Right. Right. And then this one is homepage opt-in prompt runner failed to recheck. How to change let's do set channels to ignore. That already opted in channels. Ignore. And then the next one is update prompt channel opt-in. Opt-in for homepage. Change number of entries to prompts. Failed to set channels to prompt. Set eligible channels to prompt. Opted in instead of already opt-in. Did I change that already? I think I changed that already. Right, I'm reading chats from a while ago. Get crazy eyes going. Opt-in prompt runner finished. So we update the channels that have already opted in. Ignore. And then we update the channels that are eligible, that don't have the prompt set, or that don't have homepage set. Prompt, so they'll get prompted. And that seems like that. Longer. The thing about this is, I don't know, like, with the other runner that we had, you would say how much time, you would say the time in here between runs. I don't know where that's at now. Homepage run. Oban. Oh man. That's our application. Webhook. And testing. Worker. Which environments? Oh, here it is. Okay, I knew I had seen it somewhere. So it's in releases. Okay. The homepage cron. I gotta look up my cron tab again. I think it's every 5 minutes, it looks like. The auto host is running every 10 minutes, it looks like. Which makes sense. Yes, that's every 10 minutes. That's every 5 minutes. Stream metrics is going every minute. So all I need then is copy this. So the prompt thing doesn't have to run that often. So I'm gonna say, I mean, it could run like every hour. But I mean, everybody's 10 hours is different. You know, I could have it run. Have it run every 30 minutes. That seems reasonable. And call it prompt homepage opt-in. There you go. Yeah, I'll just have that run every 30 minutes. I think that's fine. It doesn't have to be a tax on the system. Okay. And just the other part of this is doing the banner and having it actually update the ignore prompt. But that'll have to be for another day, my friends. Because I am getting tired. Like, just past 1 a.m. for me. And my brain's not going to work for much longer, I suspect. Let's just save everything. And let's just make sure everything is status. Homepage. Prompt homepage opt-in. Add prompt for homepage eligibility. Big releases. Child lookups. Child. Okay. Get add that. Status. Okay. And we're on the branch, right? Get commits. Initial. Job and initial stab at prompting streamers for when they are home page eligible. Get push sets up stream origin feature. Notify streamer when homepage available. Okay, let me get the password in here. Copy that. Go. That's good. So then get status. Rerun homepage available. Yeah. Just less than a minute ago. Cool. I actually might, we'll see. I don't know if I'll finish that up next week or if I'll just finish it up on my own. I think I might just finish it up on my own because there's not much more to do there other than get the banner and put the button on it and wire that up. All the back end logic I think is fine. I have to write some tests too, obviously. But I think it's mostly, it's nothing spectacular or special. So I think that's fine. So we'll have that soonish. Get status. We're good here, right? So let me close out of this. That notepad I don't need. Close database here. Let's stop database. I think that's everything. I think we're all buttoned up here. And then I'll also off camera I'll finish the pull request. I'll make the actual pull request for the bug fix. That should be all good to go. I don't have to do much else with that. I do want to take one more look over it tomorrow. Like I don't like to do the pull requests at nighttime like this because my brain's probably going to forget things. So I like to do them when I'm a little bit fresher. So I'll probably do that tomorrow morning and get that out there. So there'll be another one ready to go. And I'd say this has been a highly successful small feature Friday. We're still, I'm still always available to hear more thoughts and get more suggestions on more stuff that we can do, especially for small feature Friday or anything else like that with Glimish. So you have time, go put something out on building Glimish. Otherwise, you can hit me up on whatever socials, Discord, whatever suit your fancy there, or drop by the streams and ask and all that stuff. So all those things along those lines. And then as far as the schedule goes, tomorrow afternoon, or actually I guess today afternoon, I will be back with some more coding. We'll be back in doing the co-streaming code, and that'll be around noon Eastern time, and same on Sunday around noon Eastern time. I'll be back doing some more code, so those will be the longer coding streams, and we'll see how far we get with the co-streaming stuff, if I can get over the next couple of hurdles there. Especially with trying to get, the workflow working again and all that fun stuff. But beyond that, that is it for me for tonight, my friends. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
This is the way.